And immediately. As soon as I go live, I immediately start getting random text messages. Why, hello, and welcome back to the 33rd day of the Blueprints. Alright, I've got a billion notes. I tried sleeping on it. I had no idea at all what could possibly be the hint or the clue for the paintings. Let us collect our allowance. Alright, my wish today is to be able to get both the vault and at least one vault key, hopefully two. Is it too much to ask to also get 2 vault keys? I could also get a tomb. A tomb would be cool. Get coat check early on if I get the tomb, so we get the lucky rabbit's foot. So I can hopefully find all the ingredients. Ha-ha! None of these. Dang. I don't need the shelter. We're just gonna grab the tool shed. Oh, these are good. Metal detector. Watering garden. So we got at least 3 more gems, as long as I'm good about drafting the green runes. If I can get an early terrace, maybe. We shall see. I'm going to try to get through as much of these as quickly as possible so we can get straight back to... Go ahead and just get the bedroom. Oh, it's even better. So many coins are going to be available today. Workshop. Ooh. Was it the sledgehammer that really... We have sledgehammer, watering can... Okay, nothing can be combined. We're going to go to the reading nook here. And it's okay if the library goes down. The pool hall's what goes down. Okay. Okay. Alright, time for some math. 18. 10 plus... 10 plus 1 is 11, plus 20 is 31. Now it's the squared is at an angle. So what are you wanting me to do? Because 31 is a prime number. Let me just try adding the 3 and the 1 together to make 4. That's not it. 20 plus 1 is 21, plus 10 is 31. What do you want me to do with this prime number? It can't be... I can't do a square root. That would be 36. I'll try 6. 20. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I already tried 10, 11, 12, 13, so the 31 is flipped, is what I'm assuming. 12 minus 20, oh, 12 flipped is 21, minus 1 is 1. Okay, I don't understand why that means to just flip it. Maybe I'm missing some sort of... So 1 times 20 is 20. Maybe I'm missing something. I must have skipped that lesson in math. The closed exhibit. We're going to go to the spare green room. Water. Get ourselves a gem. The conservatory. Absolutely. We're going to try to make certain rooms even more accessible and get ourselves another gem. Really good. Okay. This is common. This is unusual. I think I'm okay with that being unusual. See, I don't like the coat. I think I really want to keep the coat check the way it is. So the Mechanarium. Make this one standard. That way, because that one has a good chance of being multiple directions whenever I do draft it. I do want to try to get that closed exhibit drafted. Wow, that's really bad. We're going to go ahead, get ourselves the breaker box. And turn off the keycard system. Utility closet's still good. Laboratories, also really good here. Get ourselves a magnifying glass so I can actually now make the, I've got the metal detector and the magnifying glass so I can make the lighter. You've just got to ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the light like the 4th of July. Because, baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burn. For each bedroom you draft after your second... If I do the bedroom one and add the aquariums, I could again have another massive aquarium run. Gain 1 key for every 2 hallways in your house. For each bedroom you draft after your second. I think I'm gonna get the keys. If only it was something such as more stars or a bigger allowance. That would have been cool. Alright, we have to go this way. Well, that's lousy. I don't like the fact that I'm getting an early archive, so I'm gonna gamble with the pantry. Worst comes to worst. Really? We're gonna go to the commissary here. Ooh, we could buy gems. We're gonna go ahead and get the shovel, salt shaker. That'll give us more steps. We're gonna go ahead. We'll get another key, a lot more gems. Oop, they're out of that. Alright, should be good. Oops, there's some gold. Guest bedroom. Get ourselves a lot more steps. And now any bedrooms we draft after this gets us keys for every 2 hallways, which I currently only have 1. Alright, works for me. Alright, we have to go downstairs. Just so we can try to continue this run. We're gonna go south first. There's a chance that this one's just a botched run, and... Now, the lore about the mineshaft's interesting, but I don't think it actually pertains and leads anywhere. We're gonna go ahead and open up. I should have known that I should have taken the archives. It's okay. Sometimes we just end up getting bad runs. You know what? I just realized you're still hearing noises. I think my microphone is set to the wrong one. How's that? Much better? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry that y'all had the lower quality. So when my computer decides it has to turn off, it will sometimes reset which microphone I'm actually using, and it's going to use a camera that has a terrible microphone on it. And it always prioritizes that one no matter what I do. Where do you currently stand on the child labor? Because apparently it's a thing of the future. That is better. No, children should not have to. If adults are having issues getting jobs as it is, why are we making children do the labor? So that way we could do it for free? That's called slavery. Now, if a child themselves are specifically asking for a job, then pay them a living wage. Pay them, be fair about it, but also, like, you know, we need to make sure that everything's done correctly, because, yeah, just, well, that child was 3 and hireable. Joking about the Stellaris thing. I've just realized, yeah, you were, yep. But, yeah.
Now, if we're talking about fictional environments, oh, heck yeah. The children came into our world. They know what they signed up for. Thought I clicked it. I turned it off in the utility closet. Why are you not coming down? Ah. Do I want to just reset this day? Oh well. Edit that out of... I know she didn't pick it up. That's fine. I can totally edit that out. That's fine. Don't worry about it. The issue is it's actually currently a modern day issue that is being brought up. I've been modeling again. Nice! Alright, well I gotta go over here. I realize the error of my ways. Log into network. Swan song. Because we have the keys, we have gems. We don't have coins anymore. I just used them to buy everything. I may pull a Zeekers and start with Roblox for ease. Yeah, you should. Roblox is, well, I mean, it's... Alright, we need to go to the security room. Sad thing is I'm going to be going to the security room when it's much easier for me to get to than the office. Estate inventory, yeah. Alright. Key card system. Settings, set the settings to high. Alright, try this again. Man, I just wasted a whole bunch of steps. Roblox Studio, is all of it combined? Yeah. I could do everything I need in there. Yeah. Not to use Blender, not use it. Yeah, pretty much. That's the nice thing about, Roblox. Alright, let's try this again. I'm hoping I can actually make some progress on one of these puzzles. There's a chance I just don't. Actually really need to trim a toenail. Part of it broke and it's kind of hurts. We're gonna be going down first. I do like me an observatory. Observatory's always nice. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the observatory first. At least improve our stars. We're at 34. Apples are more delicious. Minor, 3 extra steps, and green room's more likely to contain special flowers today. So there's a chance that these now have spawned some nice rooms. We're gonna go this way first. Hallway. Get our key. We're gonna go south first. That way we don't use up all our keys. And then I immediately use... Raise your luck with each green room you draft from the cloister. Watering can. This actually upsets me. got 2 rooms. We're gonna go ahead and go to security here first. This game's confusing your head. That's fine, don't worry too much about it. We're gonna draft this way next. If I draft the office, I get a jump back. We'll go ahead and go to the office. Woo! And we don't need to spend spread gems everywhere yet. We're gonna go this way first, because my steps are not unlimited, not unless I have better rooms for, like the nursery! But I kind of like the casino. Well, I don't have money for the casino. Whenever you draft a bedroom, gain 5 steps. But also, when we draft this room... This experiment was successful. Check to see if there's any other objects just lying around in here. Alright. Gain 1 key for every 2 hallways. So I do have 2 hallways that did give me a key. So I do still need to draft more hallways. We're going to use a key. Game's confusing your head. Right now, I'm just trying to build the house. You gotta be kidding me. All of these are terrible. I'm gonna go to the storeroom. Trying to see if I should have drafted that boiler room. I don't think I see anything that shows I should have. So I don't see the ducks. Alright, well, we're gonna go down security. Drawing room. It's got to be the drawing room. Alright, we're going to go ahead and pull this arm. See if I can figure out this puzzle today. So it's behind the poster with the woman. Alright. I feel like this guy is the key because of his name. I'm pretty certain that this guy is the Major Nicholas Key the 4th. So 1, 2, 3, right there. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay, what about all the ones that are facing to the left? There's 2 there. There's none there. There's 1 there. So if I do 1, 2, 0, 1. Let's try that. 1, 2, 0, 1. That's not it. One. So what about the lady? 1, 2, 1, 1. 0, 2, 1, 1. That's a date. 1, 1, 2, 0. 1, 1, 0, 2. What other ways can I interpolate this? There'd be one of him walking this way, if you subtract them. Come on, Grandpa, I need a clue. I'm gonna go and open this door.
The aquarium.
Ooh, the study. While drafting, you may spend gems. Yeah, we'll do that. We're also going to get our apple today, which is going to be a whole bunch of steps. That'll be 6. 1204 is the solution to this one. 1208 is the solution, not 4. All of the solutions are a date, which is important to understand. Meaning, I could technically guess over and over and over again. I have 36 guesses, technically, of what this could be. I just want the guess to make sense. Because of our other clues, such as, if we count small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes. I honestly feel like his painting is important. I don't know who she is, unfortunately. What about... Because do I have the family tree written down somewhere? I do. Baroness Aurorevel, Lady Ashlyn, Clara Epson, Mary Epson. I don't think so. I do not think so. What other things do I got? Because... yeah, there's 3 of them. I really wish I understood why there are 5 different types of paintings. 0504? I thought I already tried something like that. 0505? May? 0504. Nicholas... because I wrote his name down. I wrote the name down. I believe his name was Major Nicholas Key 4. 04, and how many of them is he? 11? I already tried that. 04, there's 9 technical paintings of him, which is also incorrect. That's not it. 0404. It's not it. I could also be wrong about the Major Nicholas Key the Fourth. I could be focusing on the wrong thing. Because again, if we look in the office... Did I draft the office? I did. I did. I'm not going to go back to the office. But if we look at the office... The office... The safe is hidden under... March of the Count. And the Count is something Gates. I forget what his name actually was. And then the small Gates was him. What if... Is that Gates? What if we count the small Gates? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, let's count the total. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 04, 15. That's a date. 04, 15. So I put 04 because of Major Nicholas Key the Fourth. With that. So the solution was, once again, if we count small Gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes. This guy is Mr. Gates. He was the solution again. Let's grab our gem. 6! Also, I need to write... Let's see, I need to put the code 0415. And then this one is number 6. Written by whom? 6. What's... Dearest Mary, I know the events of the past year have catapulted you into a world you may not have been ready for. It's cruel, the way time rips through our lives, leaving them barren and fruitless like wind-scarred plains. Throughout this all, I know your principal concern has always been Simon. You didn't need to confine me yesterday for me to realize that fact. Everyone who knows you understands this. I will take full responsibility to ensure that regardless of how your current project pans out, Simon is shielded from any fallout and God forbid repercussions. A child should never suffer the iniquity of their parents. I, of course, write you all this in the hope that I can set your mind at peace when imagining the worst case scenarios, not because I think such an outcome is likely. No, Mary, I have few apprehensions and fewer fears. Assuming everything goes according to plan, you should be reunited with Simon again for his 10th birthday. And while 2 years might seem like an eternity to a mother, I've always heard the days pass by more quickly in the East. As for me and you, I have already come to terms that our meeting yesterday was very likely our last. I am too old and too stubborn to ever leave this place. I'm too attached to the house, to a home our family has built up, room by room. Yes, I have a strong premonition I will be buried in red soil under red flags, a compromise I know you yourself would never accept. It's been a joy watching you grow up and getting to know you. Your mother and I spoke of little else during your school days. I know she'd feel the same bittersweet pride I feel now. To see you following in your father's footsteps and making the same sacrifices he did. Farewell, my marigold. May we yet meet again, your uncle, Herbert. It's so sad. Lore. All right. We got another gem. But now we know the solution, and this room is once again another room that gets us a free gem. I'll take that. All right. Which means the office is a free gem, drawing room's a free gem, study's a free gem. Gotta go turn around and go back up into security. Ain't gonna lie, I should have reread that clue I had a long time ago. Treasure trove! How many gems are we gonna get from the purse? 10 coins! In other words, we just got 40 coins there. How beautiful. We're gonna go ahead and use a key here. Ah. Green memos and white boxes are always lies. That's a waste of a key. 2 realms have the same color banner. Alright, I already knew that. That was a waste of a key. But, next time we get the treasure trove, 5 more gold. Another way for us to get even more money. View state inventory. 2 gems. Oh, right. If I go back to the cloister and into the office, I want to go ahead and spread gold across the estate at this point, I think. Yeah. Spread gold in the estate. Spread gold now. Log into network. Swan song. I want to see if I'm going to go over the emails and all that again, see if I'm, for some reason, missing something. Because, unfortunately, sometimes when you look at something for the first time, you have no idea why it is important, and even though I try to write everything down, there's still a chance that I missed an important clue. So, staff services. Punch in and out. Semfers has been tipper as of November 4th. See Mrs. Babbage for more details. I'd like to see Mrs. Babbage. Staff announcements. Don't think anyone else except for you, Simon. So if you're reading this, we all know everyone's rooting for me. Come on back. Special orders. Place a special order. Shovel, I believe, would be the more important thing to me. Always a shovel. Approve. That way, it's more likely to find those. Electronic mail. Alright, fuse box repair. We just want to let you know that change request will be notarized. God forbid. Dear Herbert, we just want to let you know the changes you requested to your will have been implemented and notarized. God forbid should bear fruit. Rest assured that your plans will be executed down to the last detail. Yep, and there's that solution. Sir, you have not left me any instructions for the weekend, which I hate leaving critical plans up until the last minute. As soon as you decide on definite plans for the holidays, please pass the message on to me, either through Hartley, who is valeting for you this weekend, or if you absolutely insist, with this confounded electronic typewriter. Mrs. Babbage. Data transfers. Mm-hmm. So I still need the vault to get money. We'll go in here really fast. Why not? Just in case. Money. All right, there we go. So doing great on money again. Is it really worth a coin? 2 steps? It's not. It's really not. It's really not worth. I don't need to go through any of these rooms again. Use the key. We're going to the corridor. Kitchen. Or archives. Did I get to pull a lever? I don't have the Great Hall. I don't have... No, I haven't been able to pull a lever. But we're going to go ahead and place the archives here, I guess. I don't like placing the archives here. Hey! We're going to go ahead and grab the night power. We'll draft the chapel here. Piggy! Okay, so that's still available. I'm gonna go this way. Mechanarium. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. So this actually gives us 4 doors. More doors. More doors than you could possibly even hope for. I'm gonna go down. I need the mechanarium a little more common. I'm gonna go downwards first. The trophy room. I'm 1 gem short from the trophy room. That is mildly frustrating. We're gonna have to grab this archived plan. Hopefully it's something good. I'm gonna draft these other 2 rooms first. Dark room, perfect. Use another key. Redraw. Conference room will have to... Ooh, gymnasium is actually even better. Because I also turned the power off in the gymnasium. Oops. I clicked outside of the game. Baron of Mount Holly. The gems are in the box with a statement containing the letter B, which this has the letter B, so it could be true, it could be false. The blue box is true, so if this is true, then and this is true, it could be in either one of these, which makes me think both of those are false. The gems are in a box with a statement containing the letter U. Alright, so let's say the blue box is true. If the blue box is true, then this also has to be true, meaning this has to be false. This has the letter U, this has the letter U. This does not have the letter U. Well, this has, so if this is false, then the gems are not in the box with U or U, and then this would also be true. So that would make the blue box the correct box. Did someone say bees? Alright, so if this is false, that means this is false, and they're not in one that has the letter B. However, all three of these have the letter B, meaning this has to be true, this has to be true, this has to be false, this can't have the gems, this can't have the gems, no letter U, the gems are in here. I'll take that. Go to the gymnasium. The big downside, though? We need to go downwards first. Secret passage. Green thumb. Forget what the best one would be, because I can find the courtyard, the patio's okay to grab here. I'd prefer the secret garden, but we're definitely not getting that. I don't want the terrace here. We can't get the terrace because the terrace only could be from this side. Could be a greenhouse. Would the greenhouse or the veranda be okay? Would either one of these be okay? Maybe. What about shops? Armory is okay. Okay. I don't want the locksmith. I don't want the laundry room. I could go to the shops. But I would rather get the West Wing hallway here, right? Which means I really would prefer to go to the halls. As silly as that seems, but this is the best chance of me just moving onwards. Gosh dang it! That's not what I wanted. Alright, West Wing hallway. I have a shovel. So the courtyard also gets me gems. Look at that! We're doing this crazy thing called being smart. And we got dug up a key. Let's go. 1, 2. Okay. Dead end. I want this to be a bedroom. Watch those keys.
Experiment successful.
There we go. We now have 5 keys.
Experiment successful.
Okay. So there we go. We're good on keys again. Back to the courtyard. Best thing that could happen? Well, I'm not finding what I want. I need to go through. There's the foyer. There's also the vault, but I don't have any rabbit's foot. Well, there's the coat check for the lucky rabbit's foot, but we're nearly done. The vault gets me a whole bunch of coins, but doesn't really grant me anything. So I'm going to grab the foyer. Jet Ariana. She looks important. She's the queen. Baron Edwin Sinclair. Remember, this is Count Isaac Gates, the guy we have to count. Lord William Epson. Baron Thomas Sinclair. This is the guy that I thought it was, and his name is Major Nicholas Key the Fourth. Dining room. We're just gonna eat. Yep, have dinner. Get more steps, and then we're gonna grab that lunchbox. Hey, 21, because I had salt. Grab this. Even more steps. Now, I do want to make a turn. I don't like getting the maid's chamber here, but this also gets me another key. Do I need a key? I need a key for this room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Potentially. I can run the maid's chamber. Not the greatest of ideas, but I also get steps back while doing this, so again, it's also not the end of the world. With how small this maid's chamber is, I would not be surprised if there's a secret room on the other side of this. So I should try that at some point. I think I'm just going to take the kennel here. Most important thing, we got to pet the dog. Good boy. He's eating the dog food! Alright, let's go ahead and dig this up. Yay, got a dog. I got a rock. Which means no key. What am I really wanting? I'm looking if I want to grab the coat check and swap something out. I don't think I do. Do I just redraw here? I think we just grabbed coat check just because it doesn't cost us any gems, but we're going to leave the lucky rabbit's foot in there. Because since I have the maid's chamber, I don't think I'm finding items anymore. So I'm going to give up on the vault plan. I do at some point want to try to do a secret passage into the security room. Right, this requires the key. Hopefully we get something good. It is another vault. I'll grab it. Why not? I don't think there's a reason not to. Alright. Well, we'll see. We can only hope at this point. That's all I can do. I forget, is the door open? Which one did you open? You did open this one. Go ahead and grab the crown. Is that a bird? Nope, just awkward shading. Is this moving? It is moving. Okay, so why was this one in the fourth one? Because I thought they were going to match up down here, but they don't. Because, like, this matches here. So why is this and this one swapped? I'm also looking to see if there's, like, candles or something. We're gonna go into the chapel and just continue. 8 realms in 8 months. Do I have enough clues to figure out the correct order of this? Not necessarily, I don't think. Because I know which one was first, I know which one was second. I know which one was last. You know what? So let's just try this. So 1 goes right here. 8 goes here. 2 goes here. Now, 3, I'm assuming goes here. 4, nope. And then we're going to try 5 on nuance. Then I wouldn't know where 6 and 7 go. So would, like, 6 be here, 7 be here? What if we swap these? So this makes sense to me. But if that is wrong, and this is 6... Don't know. It's gonna be a lot of guessing if I do that. Alright, I could break the piggy. Smash the piggy? We're not gonna smash the piggy, not this time. I'd rather redraw these floor plans. Music room. We're gonna grab the library here. Let's see if I can find the music room later. It does not fit. I'm gonna redraw. We're gonna remove this from today's floor plan. Let me reroll. Let's get the music room here. Because it's basically as late as it gets. Boom! I knew it! Major if you draft it quite late. Glad I was able to figure that one out. Drafting volume issue 5. The death of drafting. No exit strategies, grave mistakes. Ooh. Every architect has experienced it. You're drafting your house, room by room, and everything is going smoothly. Suddenly, you realize there's only a single path available for expansion, and it is imperative you draft a hallway, or else your design will have no hope for future development. But on the critical draw, the drafting gods offer you nothing but dead ends! Rooms with no exits and even fewer prospects. Dead ends are the death of dreams, the death of plans, and the death of expansion. In short, they are the death of your house. But are they genuinely as daunting and menacing as they appear? Perhaps beneath their morbid exterior, dead ends hold some inherent value. In this volume of drafting strategy, we will delve deeper into the world of the grave than any architect has ever dared to draft, to discover, once and for all, if there is any life beyond the dead end. No exit strategies. A dead end is any room that lacks another door by which to exit. It is an undesirable instinct to want to avoid these rooms while drafting your house, as they limit your available paths for growth. However, seasoned architects quickly learn that you do not want to completely ignore them. A very common mistake that beginners make is picking the room with the most doors while drafting and ignoring all the other factors. But every house needs some dead ends. Each dead-end room an architect drafts removes that floor plan from the draft pool. The more dead ends you draft, the less likely you are to draft them later, later on when decisions are more critical. Lies. I just draw nothing but dead ends. The key is figuring out a way to draft dead ends without blocking off your house's potential for expansion. Dropping a dead-end room in the rank behind you is a great strategy to accomplish this and helps you pick up some extra resources before continuing to higher ranks. In general, you should be trying to fill up every open slot in your house before moving north, an ideal spot for a drafted dead-end. Grave mistakes. As foreboding as a black-bordered floor plan it may seem, Tomb stands out as one of the most straightforward strategies centered around dead ends. This floor plan can only be drafted from the grounds and is considered one of the outer rooms. As such, it can be drafted at the very start of the day, allowing architects to know immediately whether their strategy should be focused on dead ends or not. The tomb itself is a vast crypt filled with shadowy alcoves and creepy recesses. The entire space was designed by early Orindian architects to evoke a sense of mystery and intrigue. Perfect for those who are appreciative and skeptical of dead-end architecture. The 8 Arasian angels of the Uri era that are scattered throughout the tombs and chambers are a memento of times past, and you will certainly be seeing a lot of them when employing a tomb-centered strategy, as you will likely be making several visits here throughout the day. A successful tomb strategy depends on 3 crucial factors: finding shops, amassing enough steps to allow for return trips to the grounds, and drafting as many dead ends as possible. This strategy is perfect for those who love risk and great reward. A tomb isn't the only dead end you'll find on the grounds. There are a total of 8 outer rooms, which are rooms that are draftable outside of the house. These floor plans are unique, not only in where they can be drafted, but also in the fact that they are floor plans that cannot lead to the expansion of further rooms, making them the perfect candidate for dead ends. They are also able to be drafted at the very beginning of the day, which allows architects to plan out their strategy for greater precision and purpose. For example, on a schoolhouse day, architects will prioritize acquiring gems to pay for the extra classroom floor plans, whereas on hovel day, they will focus entirely on getting lots of extra steps. Grounds for Termination may have been a play on words for the title of this article, but it certainly wasn't a joke out of the former groundskeeper Denny Ravane, who made his home while employed on the estate in his humble bedroom. Toolshed. The groundkeeper's toolshed is often a great draft choice to find useful items like a shovel or a sledgehammer. Trading post. Even better items can be found in the trading post as it is if you have something valuable to offer. The shop is frequented by local farmers and hunters who supply the estates with goods in exchange for a few shiny trinkets. Root cellar. Most of the vegetables and fruits obtained from the locals are preserved in the subterranean cellar. When winter arrives, these stored goods are frequently traded back, providing them with a reliable source of substance during the colder months. Shelter. Even further underground, provisions are also stored in the estate's bomb shelter. The purpose of this, of course, like the root cellar, is preservation. However, in this case, it's the preservation of people rather than food against fallouts, radiation, and red rooms. The enshrined. There we go. This is what I've been wanting. The last outer room is a floor plan essential that isn't as straightforward as the others. Just what is a blessing? How much gold do I need to give? How long does it last? The shrine is a space of reverence, a mystical cavern filled with the glow of candlelight. And those that show respect and pay tribute are blessed by the unseen forces that guide this world. Blessings are persistent benefits that last several days and are bestowed upon the reverent visitors who have made an offering of gold. The type and duration of blessing can differ depending on the amount of gold given, but the more gold you offer, the longer the blessing will last. Blessings of the Tinkerer. Whenever you draft a mechanical room... Yeah, but how much do I give? That's hilarious. Blessing of the Tinker. Whenever you draft a mechanical room, trigger your current experiment. Ooh, I like that. Blessing of the General. After you draft a red room, if you have at least 5 different ranks containing red rooms, gain 5 gems. Ooh, I like that. I do need to go to the Blessing room again and just dump all my gold in it. I think the duration is the number of 10s plus 1. I could be wrong. Blessing of the Berry Picker. While drafting, instead of picking a floor plan, you can pick a berry. If you do, draft a random floor plan from your draft pool, disregarding rarity. I don't like that. Blessing of the Monk. If you call it a day in a room on your estate, unless that allows me to get to a special room. If you call it a day while in a room on your estate, you will draw that room while drafting on the grounds the following day. Ooh, that's cool. So I could specifically choose what room I want to see the following day on that. Blessing of the Chef. For each different type of spread that you do today, add an extra dish to the dining room. I don't know what that means. Blessing of the Dancer. While drafting, you may pay 1 gem to spin floor plans. That's nice. Blessing of the Gardener. Add 8 courtyards to today's draft. I bet that means in order to get to the center, it needs to be surrounded by others. Blessing of the High Roller. Each time you draft a shop, gain an ivory die. Gain 10 gold whenever you roll an ivory die. Top 5 dead ends. As selected by the editorial staff of the drafting strategy, Toolshed is good. The attic is really good. Even at a steep gem cost, this room cannot be passed up. It always pays for itself and more. That is true. The study is likely the most powerful room for an experienced architect who no longer has difficulty accumulating gems or solving chess portmanteaus. Right. In other words, that's also a clue for the solution of that. Coat check. More than the other rooms, coat check allows architects to center their strategies on a specific item of their choice. Hovel. Risk may scare off some, but those who see their steps as an expendable resource and throw caution in the wind, Hovel is an unbeatable drafting force. In the secret passage, surprisingly, this dead-end room categorizes as dead end, allowing architects to utilize it in both dead end and color-specific strategies. That's really cool. Dead End mail-in sweepstakes. On January 20th, 1989, Cesare Martin shocked the world of architecture by drafting 19 dead ends in one day. Can you beat his record? Draft 20 or more dead ends in a single day, and you could win 200 gold and the trophy of sweepstakes. Eligibility. The Dead End Contest sweepstake is open and legal to residents of the defended areas who are at least 12 years of age at this time of entry. Employees of drafting strategies, its affiliates, subsidiaries, advertising and promotion agencies, and their immediate family members and or those living in the same household, if each are not eligible to participate in the sweepstakes. What? Entry. To enter the sweepstakes, players must draft rooms in a single house during a single day. Any number of rooms may be drafted, but only dead end rooms drafted during that day will be counted towards the dead end tally. If the dead end tally exceeds the current record, and if 19 participants is considered a winner. Prize. The cash prize has an approximate shop value equivalent to 200 gold paid out to the winner of sweepstakes and a check equal to the prize amount. The trophy of sweepstakes has an approximate shop value of 30 gold. Please note the trophy is not composed of real gold, but the features a gold-like coating for decorative purposes. Only the winner will be notified and receive their prize by mail no later than 5 days after obtaining the dead end record. Check mailroom for prize delivery. Odds. The odds of winning the contest are not very promising. The architecture who set this record was very, very good at drafting, but best of luck regardless. Cool. A couple of interesting tips, I guess. What room are we looking for? Bookshop allows me to... I really want to draft this. Bookshop, book for sale. Let's get the last book. There we go. Barf. Arf, barf, bow, wow. Arf, barf, bow, wow. Arf, barf, bow, wow. I do need to get into the trophy room at some point. But we need to go into... Barf, barf, bow, wow. Do I have any more places? I can't go anywhere else, but we can go downstairs into the sanctum. Now, I did not get the planetarium, so that part's a little saddening. At the behest of the gardener, yep. So I need to go back outside through that shed and figure out maybe there's another note or something. Probably not. But it would. This room would make the gardener very happy. It is unfortunate that the game decides not to play the music. For some reason, I don't like the bug where we're just gonna walk. There you go. I just put it onto YouTube. All right. So we have another sanctum door to open. Now, is there a clue about which one of these is the 8th door? Because I would have thought this would have been the 8th door, but it's not. I also need to get back to the conservatory and make the mechanarium a little more... Well, standard should actually be common enough. Because I need to make sure I see it, but I also have plenty of the other rooms, so... I don't think I wrote down what I originally thought the order was. I did, actually. They are written down. I originally thought nuance this, because even on the bottom, it's marked as the 8th one. That was originally 4. That one was originally 3. We're gonna go this way next. And I also need to... a check mark next to number 7. We have the major if you draft it quite late, because we did. We drafted in the final one. We still need to find the one that's locked tight in the vault of a bank. We know how to get to that, I just have been incapable of doing it due to rotten luck. Held by the king on his throne, wherever that could be, and waiting behind the last door of 8. It's the mechanarium! The mechanarium is a room that can have 8 doors. Ah, shoot. This is probably the only one I couldn't have solved. So, because the name of this place... is Verna. Verna's the only... I do have Verna. Verna Shores. Okay, the music actually started playing. Awesome. So this is Verna Shores. It is either tribal, spiritual, or poetic. Not aware of it. Heat orange. This is the stamp that had the turtle on it, meaning this is the one that's gonna need this one. This is the turtle back. The color is orange, and for orange, I could also be wrong about the orange. Might be wrong about the orange on this. So this would be orange here. The picture seemed hot. Heat is wavy. So, based on the picture, I'm pretty certain it's the heat turtleback. It could be tribal. Could be, like I said, I actually have 3 question marks of tribal or spiritual. That's not right. Corarcia? So am I wrong about this? No, it is Corarcia. So it's not that symbol. Vera Shores is this awkward puzzle piece. So we're going to set the color to orange, because that is this color of the stamp. The clothing that they were wearing makes it seem like desert sands, plus it looks like they were traveling along desert sands. And it's either tribal, spiritual, or poetic. It might be poetic, honestly. But we're going to try this first. Not that. It's not agricultural. They're not farmers. Which, just cuz. This next one is Marshall. They definitely are not Marshall, but we're going to click it anyways, because I've been wrong. No city. No academia. Not industrial. We're going to try spiritual. I honestly think it's poetic. Okay, we got something wrong. Because it might not be orange. Reason it might not be orange, despite the stamp being orange. On the other thing, with the schoolhouse, the Corinthia was supposed to be orange. So we already know one's red, black, purple, green. It's not this symbol. I don't think it's orange. Corinthia, whatever the heck it's supposed to actually be spelt, is orange. I don't know the other bits of Corinthia at the current moment. Alright. But Morajai, it's either going to be blue or white. And we already know that all the nations have their own unique colors. We already have black, good check mark next to that. Violet, check mark next to that. Green, check mark next to that. Orange. We haven't succeeded on that yet, but we know it's Corinthia. Put a check mark next to that. Red, put a check mark next to that. Yellow. Yellow is supposed to be Arch Aries. Put a check mark next to that. There is no blue, which means it'd be white. So this color is going to be pink. And it's going to be these other wavy lines, like so. We're going to try tribal. Not tribal. I do want to try spiritual, but we're also always going to try martial because it's not city. It's not going to be schools. It's not going to be industrial. This is spiritual. And it was one of the 3 question marks. I had tribal, spiritual, and poetic. Interesting. Very interesting. Morajai box, the Veritation. While Morajai boxes are never as popular in Vera as in the other realms, pink tiles were eventually introduced, based on the Veran people's devout respect of the sacred circle. When the tiles are pressed, all adjacent and diagonal tiles rotate around the pressed tile. Perfect. Alright, there we go. And then I just need... Blech. I made a fan! Okay. I need to separate more of these. I am missing the obvious solution. Right. Ah, there we go. I was too focused on trying to get them in the corners. I completely forgot about the idea of trying to make a plus and then just rotating them. Time for our next clue about the correct order. There it is. See, there's that stamp with the turtle. Them in hot clothes. Just the color is the only thing that we kind of got wrong because it's an orange stamp, but in the end we got it right. Despite my prejudice against Mother Nature, I own that I have deeply loved my time here at Vera. The memories of the youthful trip I took here with my little brother have been relentless, and as I have gotten older, I find it less and less occasion to recollect on such trivial pleasures. One thing I do remember vividly, which is not lost a single speck of charm, are the famous turtles. Each visitor of Vera, upon arriving, is lent one of these hard-shelled friends for the duration of their stay, to serve as both steed, guide, and companion. I am still under the spell of island life, even if the weather here is much more severe than it was in Morajai. Herbert. Alrighty, which has given us another clue on the correct order of things. That is the most important part. Still on the thing of island life. So we're going to point an arrow from Morajai to Corinthia. And so we know Eraja is at least the second. So Nuance is after Corinthia. So Corinthia is either going to be 4 through 6. Morajai is either going to be 3 through 5. We don't know where Vera is supposed to be. I got that wrong. I got that wrong. Alright, Morajai. Alright, let me finish redrawing this. Morajai with an arrow to Vera. So Vera could either be before or after Nuance. I honestly think Nuance is probably 7. So I would like to think it was Corinthia 3, Morajai 4, Vera 3 to 4, 4 to 5. This Vera is 5 to 6. And then I believe it's Nuance, which is somewhere 6 to 7. This actually gives me a lot to go on. I'm gonna check the... Yep, of course it is. It's just because of how it loads. But it does a better job on the other one. Bug! Immersion broken. Shame. Okay. But this actually makes it a lot easier for us to figure out the correct order that they visited all the rooms. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back upstairs. We're going to go to room 46 and see if I can solve the billboard poster puzzle. Because I basically now have 2 solutions. Well, okay, a little more than 2 solutions. Because I have no idea when Arch Ares was visited. Should I save it for until I go to... I at least get one more clue? I could. Alright, we're gonna go... Same number of steps regardless from the looks of it, but we're gonna go downwards. Through the observatory. Ooh, Manai. I do need to draft the blessing room again. So this room, the Mechanarium. This has potential of 8 doors. This is where the other sanctum key is. So, I need to draft this after getting a whole bunch of mechanical rooms. Alright, let's try to get this correct. 1, 2. We're going to first try 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And what we're then going to do is, what if we went to Arch Ares next? So it would be first be this, then this, then this, then this, then this, followed by 8. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. We're gonna swap these two. Okay. Looks like I'm still getting something wrong. Pretty certain we're on the right track, but none of those was the solution. When I thought it 100% should have. Because 1, 2, 3. Because Vera is after Morajai. Nuance is after Corinthia and Morajai. But it could also be something like this. Nuance should be after Vera, though, so it would have to be that. There is a chance that this was the next place visited. Oops, nope. That was... I think that was the solution, but... Certified copy of the property deed! Lord Arthur Clementine to Lady Ares of Trinesdale. Know all men by these presents that Lord Arthur Clementine, rightful owner of the land that rests in the northern range of the Reddington Mountains, doth grant to convey to the bearer of this document, Lady Arave of Trinesdale, the land, forest, and waters of the sheer cliffs that rest in the northern shadow of the Holly Leaf Mountain, all with the rights, privileges, and appurtenances thereunto belonging. Boundaries. The property of Mount Holly consists of dense woods, flanked by cliff walls, irrigated by mountain spring streams, and punctuated by several run-off waterfalls. This area is sheltered between the summit's northern slope and saddle, spanning across 80-odd acres of land. The property is situated southwest of Reddington, bounded by the south of steep crags, and abutted the east of the high road of Tanner Fork. Covenants. I, Lord Arthur Clementine, covenant, promise and agree with Lady Aravai, her heirs and assigns, that I am lawfully seizing and possessed of the said premises, that the same are free and clear of all encumbrances, that I have good right to sell and convey the same of the said Lady Aravai, her heirs and assigns, and that I will warrant and defend the same against all lawful claims and demands whatsoever. In the hand and seal I make my mark in the grand year of Fen Aries, 1912, Lord Arthur Clementine. The last will and testament of me, Herbert S. Sinclair. I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Riddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me. I declare that I am not and have never been married and have no children. First, I direct that all my debts and outstanding expenses be paid as soon after my decease as possible. Second, I direct all the servants and staff and my employee at the time of my death shall be granted indefinite leave to be paid out of the reserves of my estates set aside for such occasion, until such a time as a new master of Mount Holly bids their return. I want them back! In the event that the aforesaid reserves of this purpose are depleted before a new master of the estate is found, I direct my executor to make provisions for their future employment, and to do so in a manner that is just and equitable to all parties involved. Thirdly, to my faithful valet, Hartley Rota. Rota, that's the name. And it's Rota H. Where did I put that note? Alright, well, we're writing it here. I'm going to write the name Hartley Ruta, but it's R-U-O-T and then H. Ruth is the password. I don't think the A is supposed to be there, but it is important that we have the name. I hereby gift to him the lake house in Trinsdale as a small measure of gratitude for his many years of unwavering loyalty and devoted service. I direct that my executor take such steps that are necessary to transfer ownership of the said lake house to Hartley Ruta, and should be all reasonable efforts to persuade him to accept the same. Furthermore, to my late cousin Tillion's two children, Courtney Farron and Rygard Farron, who have sometimes been impulsive and hasty in their actions, I grant to each a cuckoo clock set eternally to the sacred hour, for only time will tell when they are ready to slow down enough to appreciate the gifts bestowed upon them with the patience and wisdom that come with maturity. In the case of Lionel Epson should return from his travels abroad, or in the event that any of his heirs should present themselves, I bequeath to him or them, as the case may be, the dairy and its related key, which formerly belonged to his sister, Clara Epson, which I have kept in her room and beside her grave respectfully and respectfully. The diary and its related key. Where's the key? The key is located, which formerly belonged to... it's in the tomb! I need to draft the tomb again. In addition, it is my fervent desire that the gallery, along all of the artwork contained in within, be bestowed upon the Reddington Museum of Art, including the sculptures, exhibits, and the entire collection of drawings by Christopher Manson. This buttface, comprised of 4 pieces titled T, P, R, and R. They gave me a clue. I love clues. This one is think. This one definitely is starting with an R, so we're going to circle the R and squiggly out the rest of the letters. And this one should also... I'm going to circle the R, but I'm also going to circle out the P and squiggle out the rest of the letters. And this one, it's only P, because there's no R in this one, which means on this one we can go ahead and squiggle out the P. This generous donation shall be made 1 year hence, following the dates of my earthly departure, when it will be removed from Mount Holly's draft pool. That helps me so much on solving the gallery puzzles. Moreover, to the Grand Cathedral of Araja, I bequeath 8 stone statues, sculpted in the likeness of the 8 Eurasian angels, Orindia, Lydia, Rhina, Joya, Dauja, Vea, Mia, and Draxus. These sculptured figures have been in the Sinclair tomb for multiple generations, and even though there have been much debate over their natural numeric order, they have nonetheless remained steadfast in their safeguard of our family secrets. I trust they will continue to provide the Cathedral of Araja the same level of stewardship. Alright, well I gotta write this down as well. Because even though... Angels. You know what? Let's grab... Angels. And write down their names. It is Orindia, Lydia, Rhina, Joya, Dauja. I should have written down the name of the other statuettes based off of what it looked like. Because now I have to figure out the other angels. Mia, Mila. It could be Mila. And Draxus. And the hint is the 8th angel points to our dreams. Again, that is the hint. The 8th angel points to our dreams. What if... magnifying glass. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece Mary Matthew, all the rest, residue, and remainder of my estate, and of my right, title, and an interest into the house and land which I own near Mount Holly as a token of the cordial and affectionate friendship which for nearly half a century his grandmother, Clara Epson, has shown me. To the above provision and bequest of contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of 46th room on my 45th room, estate of Mount Holly. This room, among other things of value, holds the physical deed to the entire estate, as well as many other personal effects and policies of insurance. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse, and the above clauses on this page and provisions pertaining to the clause shall be considered null and void, and the rest of my estate shall be disposed of and gifted to the Rindian Heritage Foundation, under condition that the house be immediately windowed and sealed with explicit instructions and allowances that the site shall not be reopened until black flags are once again flying over Oris, or 110 years have passed since my death, whichever day shall come first. 110 days! We're gonna write that. 110 years. 110 years. I'm gonna just put that with a question mark. As one final gift to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, regardless of whether he finds room 46 or not, I leave and bequeath to him the originals manuscript of his mother's works that were produced here, under the roof of her childhood home. These preliminary draft copies include red prints, which she wrote while visiting the estates during the brightest of her days, and a new clue, which she penned here during the darkest. I hope that in due time, and in the natural order of things, you will come to be content, as I have, with what little of herself she left us. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair. Alright, cool. Will and Testament. So that has nothing to do with opening up this, which saddens me. I would really wish... Maybe it's still a... Once I open all 8... then this will open up. I would love for this to be one final puzzle of this opens up once I get all the Sanctum keys open. So that's way I can go into here and go to whatever. That would be so cool. All right. However, for this estate, it looks like we're done, but I do have a couple of things I still want to do. We need to go to the conservatory. Do I want to keep the Mechanarium? No, I think I actually want to keep it at standard rarity, because I don't want to draft it too soon. So I think standard is appropriate, but unusual makes it too hard to find. So I think that's fair. What other rooms am I trying to get to? Where else am I trying to get to? I had more... Right, so because of... I want to get back to the garden outside. You know what? I'm sure some people have wondered. So I'm just going to go in here and see if more gems have spawned after. And no, they have not. Which makes sense. Because we already drafted the room. Fastest way is going to be this way. Without spending gold. I don't want to be giving... Or do I? You know what I can do? You know what I should do? I could dump the rest of my gold into the chapel. We just dump... Well, in this case, it'd be 14 gold into the chapel by walking back and forth. Because someday I am going to want to crack open the piggy for the showroom to buy everything out for the achievement. Or do I? How badly do I want to go? I want to go to the the garden grounds. I want to. Wow, this has been a single run today? 2 hours? It's been a good run. We've made a lot of progress. Draxus, where are you pointing to? Am I mistaken? Because this looks like a Draxus. I don't think any of the other angels that look quite feminine would fit the name Draxus. I think the hooded fellow would make the best Draxus. So I can go in there. I could burn a couple of steps, but I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to run as far as we can this way. I need to get into the vault. I'm telling y'all, the last thing I really need to do is just get into that vault, which we've been unable to do. When I first came to the estate, blah, 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 blah. And after a few months of idleness, I have finally a new cause to champion, and I have submitted a request for the change of scenery. Specifically, I would like to replace the statue of Arandia currently in the cloister with a much more appropriate angel, Rhina. After all, as beautiful as the situation, the green area of Mount Holly be governed by the Paragon of Gardening. Though amused, I do not think Anne took the request too seriously, though she did humor me and listen to me pontificate on the subject for the better part of our lunch yesterday, and she understands why I avoid attending the cloister. Truth be told, I have forgotten how to access the inner garth, and I am too scared of chastisement to probe for the particulars for a third time. My best rendition, pretty good considering I have only seen Rhina's depiction in the chapel. See, that's so good. Look at that art. My assumption is it needs to be surrounded by other gardens for it to be available. I don't know for certain. It's only a guess. Which is only possible once I get a blessing. A specific kind of blessing. But it would be way too expensive. Alright. So yeah, that's the notes that said that I don't know how to get inside. And I'm so glad that we are in agreement that we don't know how to get inside. Yeah, I want to get that way. I'm going to try powering the garage door again at some point. But I also... I'm gonna spend a couple of steps here. R-O-U-T-H. Admin not found. Ruth. Ruth. Route. Admin not found. Route. How much you want to bet? It's because I'm pretty... That is the correct admin key, but... Methinks... I need to get power restored first. Alright, these buttons do nothing. I think I need to get in there first. So, and again, I bet you it is inside of the vault. So I am at the mercy of map RNG. How are we gonna finish spending this day? So I could go to the conservatory, and I think I really want to keep the mechanarium as rare as it is. There's no other rooms that I'm aware of that have those candles that I can think of at this exact moment. So nothing for me to do anywhere. So we're better off just going straight back downstairs, and then we're going to run back and forth into the temple and use up the last of our gold and try to just throw as much of it as we can into the temple. So that way at some point I can murder a piggy bank. You guys seeing what I'm seeing? He's pointing here. Do you know what's right here? The number 5. Draxus, and then I'm just going to put a 5. But 5 what? So the 8th angel points to our dreams. And our dreams is 5. What is 5? I don't know. 5 is the well. At least when it's marked on that map. That's inside of here. That's the only 5 I can think of. Because, yeah, that's clearly a 5. But I need to find more of these. And I guess look at the numbers that's on the bottom. Wishing well? Yeah. But I would have to get the water out of there. But I don't recall there being anything else in the wishing well. Except my money that I throw in there every morning. That seems like a bug. You can keep running back and forth fast enough. A return on your investment. Yep. That was a fantastic day. Mount Holly Garden Inn. Yeah, I guess it was a garden inn, but it only had 4 green rooms. I would have called it like the hallway. It also had 1 billion red rooms. I don't know if I would have called it a garden inn. Tell you guys what. I want to do one more. I do want to do one more. But I'm gonna get up and take a 5-minute break also to grab some water. And then we're gonna do at least one more run. Because we are making excellent progress. So... the thing that would honestly help is for me to change my power to the king power and to try to get as many blue rooms as possible. Because the blue rooms... Are there any blue room? Are there any mechanical rooms that are not blue? I think the answer to that is no. You know what? I should have realized that because I think I had all the pieces. Because I have the office, I have the study. Yep, all right, I need to change my power to the king power. Hydrate your garden in. Yep. All right, we're gonna be right back. And get up and stretch. And when we're back, we will do at least one more run, depending on how it goes. Alrighty. And we're back. Oh, and I just ran over my headset wire. Don't do that. Don't. I said don't. Oh, hi, Mark. I'm actually surprised we managed to have a successful run that time. Especially with the fact that after 13 rooms, we were immediately cut off from the rest of the estate. Alright, so thing number one, we also have more allowance now. Alright, make a wish. Let me find the vault and vault keys. You know what? Give me an early coat check. That's all I'm wishing for. I want an early coat check. That would be the best thing for us. Welcome back. Good luck. Thank you. I'm hoping for none of these. Honestly, until I remove the cost of the schoolhouse, I don't think we can grab the schoolhouse. I think I'm just going to grab the root cellar, because the root cellar has the potential. That is a shame, though, that, I didn't get to find either the shrine or the tomb. Really would like to find either one of those. Ooh. Library out right out the back gate? I always like... You know what? Library. Library's always good. We're also going to go ahead and check out... The Curse of Black Bridge. Yeah. The book we just bought. Well, you need to root around for the rest of the mansion. That's very true. If we could get an attic. We'll go ahead and get the Great Hall here. And then we're going to have to turn around because I don't have a single key currently under my name. Well, I can get one key with the storeroom. Yeah, I think that's the way we go. How's it going, Yoppy? It's good to see you again. Been watching for a little while while making dinner, so I wasn't saying much. That's perfectly fine. What are you making today? Ooh, a laboratory. Oh. If I can... Don't get me wrong, I really want this laboratory. But if we can get the foyer, we can really unlock every single one of those doors in the Great Hall. Money, money. $7. Alrighty. So 12 flipped is 21, minus 20 is 1. 9. That's the... Forget. Pink is multiplication. 9 times 9 is 81 flipped, which is 18. 10 flipped is 1. Times 20 is 20. Alright, that's 2 more keys. We're on a roll. Ooh, not the one I wanted to see. We're gonna grab the hallway here. Just so we can continue, but it is another key. Hallway. It is a west wing hallway. I could also grab a patio here. Spread gems in all green rooms. I think we'll hold on to that. Made some chicken, nothing special. Hey, that's fine. I didn't know that it could spawn in this room. I mean, it makes sense to me, lore-wise. Do we grab the commissary? Or we're gonna grab the reading nook, get ourselves a key. We need a whole bunch of keys. We're gonna open up this trunk. I'm not gonna go all the way back. And that gets us a key card! Oh, that's so nice. So if we can get either laboratory or say more. Or say less is the correct saying, I guess. Take another sip of water. Wow, I went through my water real fast. Apparently I was real thirsty. Whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, permanently add 1 gold to your allowance. Yeah, but I'm not gonna get enough gems, I don't think. Each time I eat an apple? If this was a classroom run, that'd be perfect. We're gonna go with 2 more gems drafting. Or I could gamble to get the secret garden key. It's unlikely. I haven't gotten the secret garden key in like 8 runs. We'll go with the 2 more gems drafting a room. Permanently add 1 to my allowance. That's always good. More allowance is always good. Because we can at least get it by 1. And we'll exit. I don't like picking the dark room here. We'll go ahead and grab the pantry. It goes in a better direction. Banana? Banu! Ooh. The courtyard is always good here. I also want the observatory, but I'm going to take the courtyard. Hopefully we find a shovel! Shovel! Thank goodness. Too bad I did not get the thing. I'm not... Banu! I would like to try to save on digging everything up for as long as possible. Terrace green rooms do not cost gems to draft. That'll be very good. I will still go up here. Now, there's not going to be anything to dig, but there's coins here I could pick up. I was hoping for a key, but coins are still good. We're at least going to go this way. We'll grab a corridor. Or I could also just grab the utility closet. We'll grab the utility closet. Currently got 2 mechanical rooms. What are all of the current mechanical rooms that I have? Galleries. Ooh, so rare. Utility closet, boiler room, pump room, security, workshop, laboratory. That's 6. So I have to draft all of those and then the Mechanarium. Wow. Possible. So the reason why I'm considering not digging stuff is because I want the battery and yeah, we're gonna go this way. And the broken lever so I can make the power shovel. I'm running a little low on steps already, though. Just because the amount of back and forth I'm already doing. We're at least going to go this way. Use. Just so we can cloister Frina. Closet. Hammer. Good. Get ourselves a gem. Workshop. Perfect. Oh, there's the battery. Good, good, good. East Wing Hall. It's been a while since I've been in here. I don't quite recognize anything in here. Spare green room. Let's get more green rooms. Ooh, the planetarium or the bunk room. Well, the bunk room does nothing for me because I don't have any rooms that do anything with that. If I get the observatory, I get another star and a whole bunch of rewards. Let's just grab the planetarium. You can't really go wrong with drafting the planetarium, right? 35 stars. What does that get us? Green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers today. And it's a sale! Everything is 50% off. I really need steps. It's okay if I get a greenhouse. I could also get the guest bedroom. More likely to draw green rooms while drafting. I really need steps, though. We gotta get the guest bedroom, because I'm running out of steps. Else we're not gonna make it. Car keys. Fantastic. So I can get the garage. Fortunately, it's not retroactive with the green room, so that part is lousy. Alright, I need the broken lever. So if I find the weight room, I'm taking it immediately. Bedroom here, honestly, is really good. Use a key. That's a gymnasium. Aquariums, every color of room. Yeah, we'll go ahead and draft the aquarium. Yoink. Thank you. Security. Perfect. Alright. Welcome to Mount Holly. Alright, 1 key, 12 coins. Goodness. Where? I'll have to look for them. Not gonna look super hard though. Security level. High, confirm. Change offline mode to unlocked, even though already good, because I already have the key card. Turn security menu. Log into network, Swan Song. RUOTH. Maybe I'm supposed to do it in all caps for the admin password. I don't know. Remote terminal access. All right. Spread gold into the estate. Get that spread now. Fantastic. Need this to curve at least upwards. Ooh, I like the ballroom though. We're definitely going to take the ballroom. Your allowance has been raised. Because in the moment I walk into there, it's set to 2. Really can't go wrong with that. The drawing room. Ooh, the dining room is also really good here. We're going to grab the drawing room. Avert your eyes if you don't want spoilers. That's why we're all here, though. Mostly to just hang out and have a good time. Oh, I think it was wrong. 04. How many of him was there? It was... Oh, man, I already... See, this is why I wrote down these solutions. 15. Much better. Master bedroom. Plus 1 step for each room in the house. We're gonna use a key. Den. A deposit box key. We're gonna go upwards first. I'm gonna grab this gem. Hopefully I don't need a key, because that would be a bummer. I only could see one way this could go wrong. Dang it. Hopefully I don't need a key here. Dang it. I'm gonna try to get a key here. Turnip. Well, I was hoping to get a decent room. But this is going to actually lower our gems down to 2. Which is heavily unfortunate. There's the weight room. Lose half our steps that we just reclaimed. So now we're even a worse position than we were before. We're going to go down. Nursery. Whenever you draft a bedroom, gain 5 steps. Yep, we kind of got to now. So we're going to go ahead and just draft that. Hopefully we get a gem. We did. Fantastic. Now we're just trying to get a vault. Come on, we just need a vault. It's a vault! Thank goodness. We have vault key 223. Two, three, three. Allowance raised by 2. Oh, don't close it. Passports for Fen Ares. Compromised. She was using the name Gray Daniels. Daniels, given name Gray, nationality Iranzian, date of birth. That's not the safe I wanted. This vault key does nothing for me. We have to find the other ones. But she went by the name Gray Daniels. Alright, well, I guess it's time to start digging. Because, unless I missed something, which I probably did. View estate inventory, 1 key, 39 coins. I really wish I knew where the key was. I need a metal detector. Can't believe I missed that. An old shoe. Coins. That's a lot of coins. Where am I trying to go first? Up the weight room, I guess. Hopefully find something good. Laundry room. Service costs 10, and this will give us more than enough keys. Question: do we have enough keys? I think we have enough keys. I could be wrong, though, but... Boiler room, dining room. Honestly, so how many rooms, power rooms do I got? I've got the 1, 2, 3, 4. Boiler room would make 5. We're going to go ahead and grab the boiler room. We'll get the armory. I have a feeling I'll be able to make it. Ooh, +1 key for each bedroom in your house? The boudoir! Yes! That's actually a good room to draft here. Because I get a whole bunch of steps. I get even more steps for apples. That's right, I forgot about the boudoir. And then... we get another... This is just a good room to have now, always. Bunk room. Hopefully we get something good in here. Dang. Nothing there. Smash. Smash. Lockpick kit. 2 more sets of keys. I don't know if I have enough keys. I am actually concerned. Conference room. Hoping for gems. Remember, the more gems, typically the better. Dining room is perfect here. It's exactly what we're wanting. Gets us a whole bunch more steps. We'll grab the lunchbox. And I think this turkey gives us extra steps with a trophy room. We're gonna hold on to it. Maybe I can find the trophy. Well, but the trophy room costs 5 gems, and I don't have 5 gems. I can buy Dare Mode at the Mount Holly gift shop. I'm worried about how many keys you have. You should get more. I thought about it. I thought about getting more. Also, I can grab the office here, and I can improve my allowance, because this one gives me a 2. Every single one of these is really, really good. How much am I really wanting to just focus on my allowance? Yep. Do I spend... Yeah, we're going to spend the steps. We'll be fine on steps. There we go. Get this one open. Get ourselves another gem. If I can get if I can get 2 more gems and find the trophy room. Casino. Oof. That is a shame. We are out of rooms to go to. Walk-in closet. I think I'd rather go to the casino here. Your allowance has been raised. Yes. Money, money, money. One wager per day. We'll wager 5. Ooh, 2 gems. Not that I can use them. Okay. Well, we're gonna go and eat. Have dinner. I was 1 room short. I did not have the pump room. Right, so I have to draft the pool. I have to draft the pool in order to get the pump room. So then we get the mechanarium. In order for me able to get the last sanctum key. I have to remember that. So we should be drafting the pool every chance we get still. What else is there to do? Besides dig up a whole bunch of stuff. I'll take that. Shame. It was also misplay there. Yes! Gambling. That's what we're here for. On the bad machine, too. Oh, I'm nowhere near. What can I even spend my money on in this run? I don't think there's anything I can spend my money on. I think we're just gambling just to gamble. Woohoo! Got our money back for that. We started with 10, so we're currently making money in this. Ah. Not bad. Dang. I don't think this is actually for me to be spending my money on, is the silly thing. So we unfortunately did not get... I need to go around... I need a... I already ate. Where to go? Conference room. To go into the boiler room, because down here in the boiler room there should be patches of dirt. Coin. Ooh, I got a key. Nothing in these rooms for me to dig up, right? So we're just going to go into the aquarium, and we're just going to continue to start digging more stuff up as we return back. Hopefully, there is a chance we can get a vault key. It's a very slim chance. Well, shovel... Can't just shovel with anything else. Nope, because the shovel with the battery pack needs the lever in order for it to be anything of value. Oh yeah, the Great Hall. Unlock all these doors. Hey, this one was able to be picked. We'll go and open up this door, because why not? And unfortunately, that's just 2 for 2 of doors that I just can't get into. Money, money, money. If I could find the lever, that'd be great. Well, I got 2 old shoes. Maybe I could do something with that. I wish. There's still more in this direction. Not that I need more money, but we're going to collect that anyways. Another turnip, so I can get more steps if needed be. Old tin can. Nothing of interest was buried here. And then... I forget. I don't think any can be behind here. Oh, man, I forgot exactly how to do this silly thing. Solution. Red, purple, white. There we go. Even though I've looked once before, and yeah, it looks like nothing can still be down there. That means the last place I really just need to get to. So many people. Yeah, just watching a fun little puzzle game. I mean, we've now got 6 of the envelopes. We're making excellent progress through this game. And it's just, people are just lurking in and having a good time. And honestly, that's perfectly fine. Just relax. Have a good one. We're going to go straight back to this entrance, because there's a lot of grounds I could dig through here. Do I have a chapel? I do not have a chapel, so I can't just dump in the remainder of my coins. That would have been nice. Hopefully, one of these dig patches. I was hoping in order to get to the lever, to have the better shovel to find better stuff, because that will allow me to find another turnip. Come on, just a vault key, please. Alrighty, well, and since I don't know how to get to the Cloister of Rhina, I think that's it. At least for this run. We did boost our allowance, so our allowance is currently 50. Oh, that is really good. I don't see any place I need to specifically end my day in. I could just spend the remainder of time gambling, but I think we're going to call it this day there. And we'll see. I might have enough for one more. Mount Holly Archaeological Hotel of the Dead. 12 dead-end rooms. Interesting hotel. A lot of steps were taken. Save and continue. Alright. We're going to try one more day. Again, we're just trying to get the vault and the vault's key, but I'm also... Oh, shoot. Oh, wait, no, I did not have the study. I do want to get both the office and the study drafted and switch my power to the king power. So that way I can use the king power to get more blue rooms. And specifically have a better... day. Birds. Alright, or a tomb. So for the schoolhouse, a schoolhouse run is always interesting. We'll try the schoolhouse. It allows me to draft a lot. I forget if there's actually anything in here I care about. There's a dig pile in here. Herbie! Alright, we're going to try to do a school run. Let's see if we can get all 8 of the classrooms. I also forgot to make a wish. I guess we're going to wish for... to get to the 8th or the elusive 9th grade. Do I have the classroom unlocked? With a studio? I think yeah, I do. I do have the classroom. I could potentially get to the 9th grade. But we need a lot of gems this run. So that is our top priority, is get as many gems as we can. We'll start off with the pool hall. Pool hall's always good. Alright, time for math. 14. 12 flipped is 21, minus 20 is 1. 20 plus 1 is 21, plus 4 is 25. Flipped is 52, minus 2 is 50, divided by 10 is 5. 20 minus 1 is 19 flipped, which is 91, minus 20 is 71, flipped is 17. That's a tricky one. In order to unlock a silver key, where there's a silver key, there must be a silver door. Yikes, the classroom goes in the wrong direction is the problem there. Don't get me wrong, I want it. I want the classroom, but the classroom needs to go in the right direction. This works. Do not eat the apple. Do not eat that apple yet, in case we get a laboratory. Closet is also fine. Yep, a closet is perfectly fine. Also gets us a key. But I do need more gems. Where are we going to get our gems? the storeroom. We'll pick up a workshop here. Looks like it's a lever. There's a classroom. So this is second grade. Again, do not eat the apple. Well, we're gonna have to redraw here. We'll grab the reading nook, I guess. Gets ourselves a key. West Wing Hall. Coat check. Let's grab the Lucky Rabbit's foot. More chance to find items, which is always good. Also means we have a better chance of finding gems. Reading nook. Or not the reading nook, the library here. It's actually good. We'll grab that. And we're going to check out... Oh, wait. Curse. The Curse of Black Bridge. By Redford Elwing. The legend of Black Bridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming, over the years, more colorful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many redemptions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet, I'm gonna take some water. Yet, the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Black Bridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. Oh boy! Part 1. The Berry Picker from Oris. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. Pebbles! They were feral outlaws, composed of society's worst at a time when society was at its worst. And for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a courtyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aimed to escape such hardships would take any easy road out. An easy and well-traveled road paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands, where loose purse strings entwined with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate's family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that led him to his vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that sets berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worry of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way, Jesper had passed by many a familiar brush. Also, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience had its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to his long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in his new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of Confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in his task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage is approaching! The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the sound source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around the corner of trees. Sure hope those weren't points and spares. With gold trim came soaring around the corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses, and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage. It was a royal carriage, even without ever having witnessed such a sight before. Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unaware to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealments the bush provided were soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such an effect that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy, get out from behind that bush," he shouted with a riggedy that betrayed a modest among the fear. "You startled me half to death, coming round the bend of my own drive, and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expression on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. I know! And what luck I found them! I have only just begun picking, and look how many I have! It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number. The driver bent down for a closer look. And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far. Jesper replied with a scripted response. A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the Burns Woods. My God, that is far! You couldn't have come all the way only this morning. It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled, and while that response would have been perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Blackbridge Canyon, you could see why it might seem less believable here. Sir, I have traveled much further for much less profit. I dare say there's no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself? Jesper felt happier with his response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. In my youth often, but perhaps I took it for granted, because I have never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here on our carriage, so I am ashamed I had never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward. It was Jesper's time to smile. Then let my efforts reward us both today. He raised the basket even higher. A taste and memory of your youth, sir. The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket, and at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through his superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this peculiar time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you do give me no cause. Though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing towards the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Oh my gosh, this story is long. Well, at least the berries aren't poisonous, right? Nope, just the kid. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to inadequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on the man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes, displaying no emotion. Man, I know those eyes too well. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's the man. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it. Secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a levered servant of the employment of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, 2 observations were made. Totemic symbols, found carved on all 4 sides of the box, hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Orindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms.
Oh, look at that! It's a picture!
Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position.
Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box?
Without emotion, the driver replied. There is no key to that box. Jesper stood up.
Easy enough, then.
He handed it over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when the lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face.
What is this?
That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy.
What, you mumbling agento...
Agentor.
You mumbling agentor? And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person?
The man did not seem intimidated. 1 pace. He paused for effect. 12 more, and you will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put it into his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Sorry. Book. Jesper looked down at the sculptured stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses, and had never doubted their validity in the past. But now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he was now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here, beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now. Take a dozen paces and see if life goes on. But Jester found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution. And, if by some stroke of luck the gods had heard his plea,
a miracle materialized before him, as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great a chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical functions secure objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And, if I die, what care have I?
And with that statement said aloud, into the horses singly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Part 2? What do you think, Wackus Bunkus?
Kill him.
Ooh, you nasty Wackus Bunkus. What a good idea. I'm gonna get a little more water. We'll return to story time in just a moment. Alright, and I have returned. Grandma must have really liked to talk.
We return to the next page, part 2 of The Curse of the Black Bridge. Part 2. Below the Black Bridge.
Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up to him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust in the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered she was on 3rd watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller returned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful not to wake the sleeping bandits around her.
Like a hero in a book,
she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked towards the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Revia was already posted. She waved, and Revia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravina lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground beneath her. Behind her, Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Revia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Revia reached across to grab the water.
Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not too much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Oh my goodness. And with that, half that cup is gone. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing into Ravia's face. I'm not pouring water in my face, not today, maybe later. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during the speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was surprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy, never. Ice Bucket Challenge. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains. The overpass that connected Oris and Reddington. To the city-faring travels of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farm hands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit, that was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an unextended vocabulary, gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month long among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboard beneath them. Miller knew that she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, informing that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years of the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's northern end when Miller heard the horses. Faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like a typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to the cross, instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel. They heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia had gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack.
The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain. Yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for the fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped in a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of the sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from this seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses also approaching from the rear. Well, this is going to land badly. Yeah, I have a feeling. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the unholy hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what both had now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the crew crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy, carved from stone. Looks like a hand. I think. It's hard to tell. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the helms of her every move, the way a child trails behind an older sibling. I was hoping that it wasn't. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the needles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness, in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy that he had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords, marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even a whisper. They awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and a rattling of the earth. A far cry from a playful nudge to the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurrying footsteps and clattered feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were growing louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead, louder speech than she had ever heard unspoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness, pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same seeking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began, blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Frederick Lee of the Blackguard looked down upon the ridge of the canyon
to the collapsed entrance of the cave.
Oh,
He grinned.
now they speak. Who picked up the effigy, though? They have 12 steps left. Well, they have 13. Because, remember, he already... Because the old man was like, up, you took one! You have 12 left before you die! The gallery! We're taking the gallery. This is the wrong room to take. Okay. We know the first letter of these, at least. This is P. And the rest of these are and Rasputin. Oh, I missed it. I missed it again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I have... So if this starts with P, the first word I'm thinking of, that is 6 letters, is ponder. Is R available? It is available. Yes! Corn on the cob. So think, ponder. That's a theme. How do you spell realize? R-E-A-L-I-Z-E. Hold on. Oddly enough, this one letter... And... recollect is what I could think of. R-E... C... Uh-oh. C is not... Reason? Nope, needs to be 8 letters. Starts with R. 8 letters. But all of these seem to have a theme. We have think, ponder, realize, resolute. Nope, there's no U. Realize. Trying to think. Resolved? Nope, that's not it. There's no V in the third one. Reflect? No, reflect's not going to be enough. Respect. That's unfortunately 7 letters. This is going to be an 8-letter solution. Man, I need a thesaurus is what I need. I'm not good at Google a thesaurus, but I wish... This is one of those moments... Oh, wait a minute. I might actually have a thesaurus on me. Hold on. Where's my old college backpack? Nope. Now that I think about it, I think the thesaurus actually got left at a different location. Alright, what is... Maybe is research? It could be research. Hold on. Let me check the letters. R-E-S-E... Nope. Not research. That was a good guess. But there's no A in the 5th letter. Reminder. No D in the 6th letter. The 6th letter available is N-L-T-A-E-I-O-H. You have a good night, Zeke. Time to crack open the dictionary. Right. I don't think I actually have one. Or at least not in this living facility. I have one in a different... Oh, wait. Unless it's in here. Nope. Nope. And here's my Rubik's Cube. Right over here. This is a interesting little Rubik's Cube that I have. I mean, you can't see the green spaces, but it has a hole on the inside. So that way, you know, I can like you could stick your finger or whatever inside of it. I've solved this one before. Oh, wow, I'm getting distracted. Let's go ahead and put the Rubik's Cube away. We're looking for words that start with... We're looking for a word that starts with R. It doesn't have to start with R-E. But we know it starts with an R. And are there any words that start with... Well, it's not going to be R-R. I don't think there's any words that start with R-H. Rhetoric? Nope, there's no E. And there's no RY words. So we can cross those out. So let me just cross out all these letters we're not using. So of course we have all of these vowels. So we have A, E, I, O, U. There's no... Yeah, it can't be reflect. I will hang around long... I'm asleep. Long time. Long flight tomorrow. Hang around. Promise. That's fine. You have a safe flight, Ziki. You get a good night's rest. We'll always be around here for you. Whenever you are available. Reminisce? How do you spell reminisce? Reminisce. Shoot, how do you spell reminisce? Oop. This is at least going to be an N. I... That's 9 letters. Dang it! Resolute? There's no U, L. There's no U in that one. Resolve... There's also no N for the 7th letter. R... Reminder... Darn, there's no D. Reminder would have been good, but there's no D for the, Readability? Reaffirm? It might be reaffirm. R-E-A. Nope, not reaffirm. Read, not read. A P. There's only one P. You know what? Man. Really wish I had... Because, so we also got to remember, all of these have a theme. We have think, ponder, realize, reminisce. Why is it not working? Reassure? Nope, no U. No U for the, 6th letter. Man, if only I knew a big 8-letter word for something to think. I'm trying to think anywhere else where I would have books. Nah, they're definitely... Actually, I know exactly where they are. They are at my parents' place, which... I will be visiting them again soon. But not soon enough. Are there... Rummage? No, that's not about thinking. Rectify? No. There's no C. There's no RU. Are there any 8-letter words that start with RUF? Ruffian, run, Russ, NLTAEIOH is going to be the 6th letter, one of those. All the words I keep thinking of, most of them don't have a working 6th letter. Realize. Resonate. Reconvey, there's no V. You know what we're going to do? We're going to go ahead and just play... while we're figuring this out. There's no C for the 3rd letter available. Recreate. Yeah, there's... It's not a bad guess, but unfortunately, there's no C. So are there... Here's a real question. Are there... Because I want to try to make this as easy as possible as I'm crossing out the letters. Are there any 8-letter words that start with RU in the dictionary? Because the real thing we need is not a dictionary. We need a thesaurus to look at, to think, to ponder, to realize, to reflect, to... Because this is more about... finding out about oneself, to reflect, but reflect is a 7-letter word, to... re-identify, reassociate, re... I was just going, oh, resonate, that's another word. Rudiment. Rudiment is not available. There's no D's for the third letter. I need to think of a thinking word that is like repurpose. To think, to... Yeah, rudiment is interesting. Ruminate. That might be it. It is. Key 8, presumably will unlock room 8. The power of the dictionary. Honestly, to ruminate, I would never have figured that word out. We're first going to use... I wanted to use a silver key. We're gonna grab a classroom here. This is the third classroom. Science is fun. Mechanarium. Unfortunately, I mean, I only have one room, so this would go in 2 separate directions. I could also just redraw. We have 7 total redraws. Let's utilize them. Redraw. Hallway. Hallway is good here. We'll grab the hallway. Another classroom. Oh yeah, I'm not looking to see if there's other things available, because I do have the Lucky Rabbit's Foot. Should be looking to see if there's other things available. Okay. The chapel. Disgusting. Oh wait, redraw. 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 The boudoir, yes! That's what we need. Gets us a gem. Look at all these apples. I actually would prefer to find a laboratory here. classroom. We are currently in grade 5. Yep, this is the arts room. Hall pass. You will not lose steps traveling between hallways, and hallways drafted do not cast gems, which is good. We got so many apples. I wish this is a good place for a storeroom. It's actually a good place for a storeroom. Gets us a key that we're going to need. And a gem. Redraw. Classroom. Grade 6. Alright. Redraw. Do I have a shovel? No, I do not. So we're not going to bother with the kennel. Dining room is good. Gets us 2 more directions to go. Grab the lunchbox. Gets us more steps. Also, there might be a gem! Thanks to that lucky rabbit's foot. West Wing hallway's already been taken here. I think I'd rather just get the guest bedroom here. Also can give me a gem. Gets me a compass instead. Bah humbug. Alright, but once again, we're now holding our breath. Classroom. Great. Algebra worksheet. Oh, we get money. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Four plus 2 squared is 12. Minus 6 is 6. Squared is 36. But a squared times b minus 3 squared, I don't know what a and b is. And then a squared minus 2, and then all of that squared plus 9. Again, we don't know what a is. Alrighty. This is a C, C plus, D plus. Remember, don't square until you're there. Right. So let us figure out which ones they got right and which ones they got wrong. Because I'm gonna want to know this. I'm gonna use this piece of paper for it. Three and then squared equals 9. 3 squared times 5. Well, 3 squared... Oh, 3 squared minus 5 is... So 9 minus 5 is, 4. So 7 minus 5, and then squared. So minus, so that equals 4, so that should be correct. 3 times 2 squared. So 3 times 2 is 6, squared is 36. 2 squared times 1 squared. So 4 times 1 squared should equal 16. 5 times 2 squared plus 5 minus 95 squared. So 5 times 2 is 10, squared is 100, plus 5 is 105, minus 95 should be 10. So 16 flipped is equal to 61. 12 diamond minus 2 is 19. Right? Because the 12 flipped is 21. So 30 minus 5 flipped is 25. That should equal 52. Now the real question is these wavy lines. This person, we know that the 4 and the 2 are wrong. So one more of these bottom 3 down here, the 21.7 wavy lines. Or equals, we don't know yet. 21.7 with double wavy lines equals something. And 59.6 minus 59.6. And this one so I'm wondering, I bet you it's rounding. So rounding to the 0 decimal, it should be 21. And then 2 waves is to the 10th, rounding to the 10th place, which would make it 20 on this one. And then 59.6 rounded to the nearest hundredths would be 100 minus, and then to the first one, minus 59 is 31. Okay, so I got 2 of these wrong. Oh, wait, no, I actually got, man, I actually got one of these questions wrong. Rounding to the first one is 22. So the final answer should be 31 on one of these. Alright, this one he got 5 wrong. So I got 9 correct. 4 correct. 4, he got it incorrect. 36 incorrect. 16 incorrect. The no idea incorrect. So those are 4 wrong, and then 61 correct. 19, correct. 52, correct. 22, correct. 20, correct. And then the last one is incorrect. Okay, but all of these have it as incorrect, but the rule is with the wavy lines, you're rounding it to that many decimal places. Okay. So when it's time for the dartboard, we know the solution for that, which is excellent progress. Negative 400. Good luck with that. Try again, kiddo. Special key. We're going to use the silver key here. And I want a 4-way room. Weight room will work perfectly fine here. There we go. Very much rather just have 4 different directions to go. I think it is time for us to go to root key 8. It does not fit. Does it have to be on the side? Spare room. Watering pail. That's perfect. This gives me the remaining gems I'm going to need for the classrooms. Oh, thank goodness. Vault? I don't think this is a vault run. Does get me all the money in the world, though. I do have the lucky rabbit's foot. It's still open. Oh. Shame. I'd like to be able to pick up the money every time I go in, but I guess that'd be too nice. But now we go in here, use the watering can, get ourselves a gem. I really don't want to be picking up the archives here. Pantry. Laboratory. Alright, time to eat all the apples. Come on, give me an apple. Apple experiment. Get me an apple experiment. Each time you eat an apple! Gain 1 key, 1 gem, or 1 gold randomly. Dang. Add a small chest to the small entrance. Yeah, 1 key, 1 gem, or 1 gold. Experiment. And we're going to log into the network. Swan song. We're going to try remote terminal access, view remote terminals. We're gonna go to security. Even though security is free for me, but I really need to set the, first off, the estate. 1 key card and 1 broken lever. Okay. Key card system. Just in case. Unlocked. Back. And we'll exit. Okay. So where are they? Keycard. Beautiful. Classroom? Or the mechanarium. Yep. We'll go this way first. Thought I had more. Yep, we're gonna get the armory. Hopefully we can get a good room with this. Special keys. Key 8. It's room to the outside. It's the room that the painting is in. Ooh, the armory. Or I grab the wine cellar. Yeah, we grab the wine cellar for the gems. Yeah, the wine cellar is most important. Alrighty. We're gonna go ahead and place this figurine here. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. Gluttony, sloth, and wrath. The sum of my sin, as it is penned, is a number within the room we are in. You could have eaten apples, though. Did I miss a room with apples? I will be returning to eat the apples. That is true. I could have eaten the apples for the... Well, it's a random roll. I'd rather guarantee it. We are in room 8, though. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. To first begin, place me within a bin with an N within its sin. To first begin, place me within a bin with an N within its sin. Envy is in there, lust, gluttony, avarice, and mundanity. N? Literally, N is how you pronounce the word, envy. If we spend a min or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. I won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin in the inn. I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fin. The sum of my sin, as it is penned, is a number within the room we are in. Lust, wrath, avarice. What's this say? To my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit it all in. In other words, you're next to mundanity. Gluttony has 8 letters. That is true. And that means that the bunny... I share a trend with a neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. Could also... Bunny could be in wrath, because T's in all of them. That's true. 8 letters there. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bin at the tail of the skin. So something is wrong. Probably that last one. To first begin, place me in a bin with an N within its sin. He's definitely envy. You won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin down on the end. I recommend you think again if I'm ever in a bin far from the fin. Near the tail of the skin. The elephant is definitely there. Envy is definitely there. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. I think that is correct. I think gluttony is the correct one right there. If we spend a minute or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. He's definitely got to be sloth, right? Okay, so avarice is correct, sloth correct, that one's correct, envy is correct, because it's literally N. So these 4... The carpet? That's true. Pretty certain it's sloth. You won't find my bin in between sin, so I deserve to be in a bin on the end. And I recommend you think again if I'm ever in a bin far from the fin. Share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. We'll swap these two. This guy's definitely envy, because he's all about N, and it starts with N. It's NV. I don't know where the rabbit's supposed to go. Gluttony, I think, is the only one that actually has 8 letters in it. To my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit it all in. Yeah, this one definitely is in avarice. If we spend a minute or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. Or do you go in hubris? I recommend you think again if I'm ever in a bin far from the fin. You won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin on the end. I really feel like the rabbit... I could be misunderstanding the rabbit. The rabbit should go in wrath. But then I feel like that this one's in the wrong place. So this one's definitely in the wrong place. This one's definitely in the wrong place. I think the monkey is hubris, the dog is mundanity, and the swan might be next to the dog. We think so, because... I mean, the elephant could... No, the elephant is definitely avarice. The swan might be next to the dog. Maybe? I mean, this would then put the elephant in sloth, because the next best one would be gluttony and avarice for the elephant. So we could do something like that, and then the monkey would still end up... You're thinking the monkey's in hubris? Well, I guess that's true. I think the monkey... Okay, what's the definition of hubris? Excessive pride or self-confidence. Yeah. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. And I guess so. Elephant, though, is 100% an avarice. And if we're certain about it, then... Are you in sloth? Let's reread you. The sum of my sin, as it is penned, is a number within the room we are in. What if the rabbit goes here? And you go here because of all the needles? Maybe by fin they mean the tail end of the skin? I recommend you think again if I'm ever in a bin far from the fin. Yeah, but then that would make the monkey no longer here. Because he would go there. Envy. To first begin, place me within a bin with an N within its sin. Envy. I'm pretty sure the lion is just 100% that. The bear's in the wrong bin. Bear is sloth. But then that again puts you back in lust. I don't think that's correct. Are you supposed to be gluttony? Near the tail of the skin. So, this goes in wrath. Then that's wrong. I feel like this is still correct. All right, I'm picking all these up. Well, except for the ones that I think are 100% correct. I'm grabbing the lion again. Because the lion, I am 100% certain, is envy. Avarice, the elephant has to be next to mundanity. The question is you won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in bin down on the end. So... I think the dog is in hubris. Because it's also near the end, right over there. I could be wrong. Far from the fin. Swan goes there. I'm pretty certain this is gluttony. Because gluttony has 8 letters. There's no matching letters in sloth and avarice. Yeah, I'm pretty certain the bunny 100% just goes in wrath. Pretty certain the bear is sloth. It's just the monkey does not make sense to me at all. The monkey's what's confusing me. The sum of my sin, as it is penned, is a number within the room we are in. The sum of my sin, as it is penned. Monkey, hubris, lion, envy. Yeah, the issue is I have absolutely... Otter's gluttony, yeah. Bear, sloth. Because... I mean, it would make it to where the... If we're thinking the monkey is hubris... then that puts the swan on lust, which I'm okay with. But the bear, if we spend a minute or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. All right, let's look at the den room as best as we can. We got multiple clocks, we got books, and then we've got couch, 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 fireplace. So I'm pretty certain it's saying that the bear is sloth. Bear is sloth. Mundanity. Try switching the rabbits and the swan. Well, but then the rabbit doesn't. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear in each bin. Because then the rabbit doesn't meet any of the criteria. You got nothing? Yeah. I mean, I've also been streaming for almost 5 hours, so I could just also be getting tired. So... we're just going to remove all the ones that we're not 100% certain on. Honestly, I think that's it. It's literally just these three. The bin I tend to wipe up in is near the bend of the tail of the skin. Okay, so the bend of the tail of the skin. Well, this is the skin. So, okay, so the monkey is hubris. I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fin. Where... I think these two are swapped. I've got nothing. Alright, there's no music playing. Give me a moment. We're going to... Why? Why would you do this? Alright. So, the bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend of the tail of the skin. Tail of the skin, hubris. Lion in envy. The swan is near the fin. The fin is this picture on the wall. I think you're incorrect. I think the bunny is there. Lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. This is next to mundanity. Mendix. Okay, well, let's just swap the bear and the swan. No, or the bear in some of my sin as it is penned. It's a number within the room we are in. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. The rabbit is sloth. Because avarice has two A's, gluttony has two T's. Is the bear supposed to be gluttony? Okay, I was wrong about the rabbit. I share a so the rabbit, I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. Yeah, the rabbit. Yeah, it's... The rabbit really just could be... Honestly, just... Wrath. There's T on lust. T on gluttony. Are there any other sins within mundanity? No, it's just envy. It's without a doubt. The lion goes there. The swan is near the fin. Monkey is near the tail of the skin. Alright, so what am I doing wrong? To re-verify. To my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit it all in. The thinnest one is mundanity. You won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin down on the end. So, monkey goes there, dog goes there. Issue is all of these make sense to me about why everything goes where they're currently going. Oh, elephant is supposed to be next to gluttony? Is it? Why is it supposed to be next to gluttony? It's... Its neighbor's sin is written thin. I must be misinterpreting it because mundanity is way more thin than gluttony, but I could be misinterpreting it. If we spend a minute or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. Yeah, but mundanity is specifically by the specified to not be a sin. But mundanity is specified by the dog to not be a sin. So what are we swapping? The rabbit? With the bear? I would think the bear would be sloth. The elephant was still wrong. There it is. The 8 trophy room. Trophies earned will be permanently... Waiting behind the last door of 8. Okay, so... Fortunately, it's not in room 8. So, I think it is found in the mechanarium. Okay. Exit. I want to go to the weight room first, I think, right? It's in the middle of the night for me, so I'm gonna forgive myself for less than coherent thought process. It's in the middle of the night for me as well, it's fine. I think I'll go back to the mechanarium. But we're gonna go backwards just a little bit. Apple. Get 2 steps back. Experiment successful. I think it just gave me a coin. I don't like getting the dark room here, but it's better than nothing. We're gonna go to this one that requires a gem. Maybe it's a classroom. It's not. Four-way doors, diamonds, the slice, twin chests, better apples, and a key. That's pretty good. I'll take that. It's really good. I could gamble on this chest, but I don't think so. I think we're just gonna go upwards here. We go this way first. Ooh, security. Security's good here. Car keys. Not that I can use them. Yikes. We're gonna try to go this way. Laundry room. Honestly, I'll grab the laundry room here. What is that? Is that actually something useful? No, doesn't look like it. We're gonna go this way first. See if we can get something. Another classroom. Yeah, we're just gonna take the classroom here. Grade 8. Magnifying glass. Alright, what are we going to learn in grade 8? Hello, can you teach me a new word? Hello. The large house is toward the east. Gewoon over. Translate the following phrases. Interesting. Learn erosion. Foreign language class. Eat the apple. And we got a key. Alright, I need to write down... Alright, we're gonna learn the Erosion vocabulary. Can we take a close-up at the pictures in the cursed book? Maybe. I don't know if I have enough steps for that. Erosion vocabulary. So we have lore, word, hue, house. I gotta write this down just in case. Try. Tray is tree. Tree. Yite? Yeah, I'm okay. Gate. Loon. Is water. Dowel. Day. Night. Is night. And array future. So today the rare usage of verbs are comprised almost entirely of loan words and are mainly used to describe physical actions. La le lu lilo. Alrighty. Rajan. Affix. Pairings. Then we have prefix and suffix. AJ is first. Ma small. Oath is toward. Nev new. The start of. And L. I / me. And then we have the suffixes of ya. Last. Am. Large. Okay. Vo. Away. Instead of toward, it's away. Then, which is the opposite. So it's the end. So old / the end of. And then le is a lack of myself. When paired with a verb can mean I will or I won't, similar to all or Lou. Interesting. I will swim at dawn. You should remember the Eurasian terms for these. Can you teach me a new word? So, nevlo is new word. Alors, you'll teach Nevlo. Because the main reason why this is important is Je are yina is last of the future queens? Or almost. It's very close. The name of the queen one is Je'ari. Paired with verb can mean I will or I won't, similar to Yul or Yal. Alors. Alors. So 5 out of these 6 are correct. Hawam Ovet. The large house toward the east. Toward, and then et is east. Hewam. Large. Oh, so Hugh is house. Yeah, Hewam is large house. Ovet is to the toward east. Hewam Ovet. I will sit at dawn. El swim. At the dawn. Dawn is new day. So Nev and then Nevdao. Right. As swim. I will swim. And then swim. As swim, Nevdao. I won't read at night. Ridley. A lack of myself. I will not. Die. Redle night. The branches of the tree are old. Ven trevien. Ven triven. The branches of the tree are old. So old, of course, is ven, but it needs to be the suffix. So it should have been treven. Trevienven. The branches of the tree. Tre. Ven trevien. Branches. What? Ven trevien. What did other people get? Trevienven. The trunk of the tree is small. Alright, so I think we've got a decent summary of all this. If there's not any specific words, you use whatever words are. You should remember the Eurasian term for these. Trebranchvien. Trebranchvien. That's actually probably a good way to put it. So the tree and old branches. Branchvin. Redle. I won't read at night. Redle. Trying to figure out which one of these are correct and not correct. The trunk of the tree is small. Tre matrunk. And is that the same as here? So ma nev manevtre. The trunk of the tree is small. I think this one's incorrect. Manevtre. Manevtre? Tre? Tre? We'll have to look at that some other time. Alright. I don't think I need too many more gems. We're gonna go this way first. We'll try. I still don't have a shovel. Alright. So, if I get the Great Hall, I can make it to the antechamber. Do I need to go into the antechamber? No, I do not. think I just take the archives here. Nice. Nice. Beep, beep, beep. Conference room. The weight room makes it to where I am able to go into there. The door is locked. Yeah. Yes. Yes. First time you enter each bedroom. Yes. Yeah, we'll just buy all that. Sounds good to me. Yes. We made it to the 9th grade! Eight years certainly flew on by. Nom 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 nom. Experiment is successful. Why is there only one chair? Final exam, please take a seat. I have 30 minutes to do this. Instructions, your exam has begun. You now have 30 minutes to complete the next 18 pages of questions related to the curriculum covered in the previous 8 grades. Oh no! If you don't know the answer to the question, skip it and come back later. There's an open book exam and you may use your notes and retrieve information from other rooms to help you as long as you complete the test within 30 minutes. After you have completed the exam, it will be graded remotely and results will be sent to you on the following day. Sam left his house at 6 a.m. and drove 5 hours west and passed 8 flags. He then turned north to Tanner Fork and drove 2 hours north and passed 4 flags of the same color before arriving Trinsdale at noon. What color were the flags? Where's Trinsdale? Sam left his house at 6 a.m. and drove 5 hours west and passed 8 flags. He then turned north at Tanner Fork. Black, right? So he went west. Unless we're going to Arch Aries, then they'd be yellow. What is the air velocity of the coconut-laden swallow? African or European? On the scenario above, where does Sam live? The grand city of Fen. What color is most often associated with hallways? Orange. Which of the following would be the least patriotic room pairing? A chapel in Fen Aries, a shop in Arch Aries. That's fine. A greenhouse in Corinthia is incorrect. Greenhouse is for nuance, a bedroom in Raja. What color of the fruit is that gives you +3 steps when consumed? What color of the fruit is yellow? Because red or green are apples, and those give 2. Unless you have salt. Solve the following problem. 5 minus 5 times 2 is 0. Solve the following problem. 5 times 2 is 10, plus 2 is 12, times 2 is 24. 5 minus 2 is 3, times 5 is 15, plus 1 is 16, minus 5 is 11. Solve the following problem. 10 times 4 is 40, divided by 5 is 8, minus 4 is 4. 1 minus 4 is negative 3, times 2 is negative 6, plus 7 is 1. I am so glad I am no longer in school, right? Solve the following problem. 3 minus 4 is negative 1, times 8 is negative 8, divided by 2 is negative 4, plus 5 is 1. Which of the element of the periodic table is represented by the symbol C? It should be carbon, right? Which element appears in the periodic table directly below helium? We'll come back to that. Which of the following is not a real element found in the periodic table? Hose. Which element of the periodic table is represented by the symbol Ag? That is, shoot, isn't it silver? Which element could not be used in the spelling of the word clues? Carbon, uranium, radon, right? Chlorine? Oh, shoot. I can't change my answer? How many elements are on the top of the row of the periodic table? 2. I can't change my answer. The city of Finn is south to which small body of water? Trinesdale Lake. How many cities in Finn are larger than Reddington? 2. Which of the following realms are not near Finn Ares? Corencia. Which sigil core denotes the realm of Arch Ares? Which realm is directly north of Evraja? It is Fen Ares. Where are you right now as you take this exam? Mount Holly. Oris. Reddington. I think it's Oris. It could be the other one, the Fen. I already know I got some of these wrong, so we're just gonna go through these. And just get a brief idea about it. Which two pieces of art would be best paired to depict the letter B? Birch tree and oak tree? No. Birds and hay bale, mug of ale. Yep, which of the following pieces of art was not displayed in the grade 5 classroom? Flawn was there, bride was there, jungle. Because there was a pry bar. I got a periodic table. NE is below HE. Is it? Which of the following pieces of art is not displayed in Mount Holly's entrance hall? We have a face. Realize. We have ace. I think it's realize. Can you find the difference? The difference is E, because but I guess I'm wrong on that. Arch Ares, Orindia Ares, Araja Ares. All of these are Ares. Who was crowned the ruler of Fen Ares? It was General Teskin, I believe. Which of the era of the railways Fen Ares destroyed? How long did the War of the Fifth Era last? I'm just gonna go through all these questions, and I'll have to do my research, because I am too tired. It is 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm not going back and forth to get this right. Did the War of the Fifth Era last? 6 years, 12 years, 22 years. I think it was 12, but I'll have to do my research on that. What was the first capital city of Fen Ares? Grand City of Fen, I think. Which realm gifted Fen Ares a headway? Nuance did. A deciding battle. The War of the Fifth Era was fought near which famous landmark? I'm just gonna put Mount Holly, but I don't think that's right. Solve the following problems. 36. 6. 12. It's 21. 11. 3 rounded. Huh? 11 divided by 3 is 3.66666. Which rounds up to 4. So 4 squared is 16, plus 5 is 21, times 2 is 42, minus 1 is 41, it becomes 14. 39 is 5 divided by 2 is 2.5, times 3 is 7.5. Rounded to not the first, but the second. Rounds it up to 10. Minus 1 is 9. Minus times 6 is 54. Plus 100. And then rounded to the first, second, third. It's 200. Alright. What is the Eurasian word for house? What does Nevyite mean in Eurasian? New gate, I believe. Yite? Yeah, and then Nev is new. So, new gate. The phrase Trevnier can be translated in several different ways. Which the following is not an acceptable interpretation of this. So the first one is tree. Venle is old, and then le is a lack of myself. I am not an old tree. I do not see the tree trunk. My tree is not very old. The old tree is not owned by me. I cannot see the tree trunk. There's no old in that one. How would you say the following phrase in Eurasian? You have a very, very long name. That timer in the corner, by the way. I was not ready for this exam. So, but hey, next time we will be. You have a very, very long name. Name is not a word. Ul. Lor. Lorlu is you. Radal. Day. And then Ven is old, the end of Ja. That's day. So it's been a very long it's the end of a long day is this one, so that is not correct. Nidao? Night, and then Dao in night and day. That is incorrect. Lolu, yours, and then Dao. Ul is also yours, and Vra. I don't recall saying anything about a name, but both of these reflect to Ra, but Ra is name and Dao is day. Joram. Is large. It's gonna be this one. How would you tell Rajan count me out? So we're gonna include the word L in the front. El counts vol. Yep. That's correct. In or et is. Ooh, that is good to have. Let us. Or is west. In is north. And then east. ISS, south. Using the provided Rajan terms for cordial directions above, what would be the clearest way you could give directions to someone at point A to get them to point B? Go east. East of the tree. In it is a little bit Ma'in, yeah, Ma'in is a little bit north. Am is large, a long time. And then once you're at the little bit past the tree, it's Ayis, and then a little bit west. Yeah, that could work. Ofche. Oh wait, this works too. This one says first go north, then go east, head towards the tree, go a little bit, go southwest, and then, but this is wrong. Trevo, because we're not heading towards the tree. Oh yeah, away from the tree. Yep, that sounds good. In ancient Orindia, the number 8 was considered by Rajan scholars to be mathematically near perfect. Although many in the second sphere had only this advanced form of 8 was worthy of a numerical perfection. Incorrect. 8 squared, 64. And then you flip them together, it's 46. But you're also rounding them, right? So that's incorrect. First, you're going to square the 8. Once 8 squared is 64. Then you're going to round it to the closest place, which is 60. It is incorrect. First, you're going to square the 8. I'm looking at A. First, you're going to square the 8. That makes 64. Then you're going to square... Dear Lord, what have you done? Number 8 was considered by Russian scholars to be mathematically near perfect, though many of the secular sphere held that only this advanced form of 8 was worthy of numerical perfection. $25. 6 times 4 is 24. 36. So 4,000. 6 9 0 4006. A is 4,006. Unless I did 4,096. 8 squared is 64. Then you round it to that place, makes it 60. Eight squared is 64. And then flopped is 46. 8 square, 8 rounded. Nearest place. And then squared is 100. So A is 4,096. B is 100. C is 60. And D is 46. What is considered near perfect? The minutes held that only this advanced form of 8 was worthy of numerical perfection. What is numerical perfection? 4,096? 100? 60 or 46? Which one makes a square? I mean, this is just 8 squared twice. You failed. Boo. Alright, well that was cool. I'll have to do that again. Because that is an achievement to pass this. So we have to get to the 9th grade. Alright. Is there anything else I want to be doing in this? I do want to go to Coat Check to return the lucky foot. Because there is nowhere else for me to go. So I need to at least return it. I should be able to walk there just fine. Well, you're traumatized, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it was still a good run. We're gonna go directly south. Manai. Did I eat this apple already? I did. The real question is, what is considered the perfect value? Is the real question. Not, ooh, pizza. Bone appetite. This one, General Tenskin. Oh, was it 22 years? Oh, I think it was 22 years. The entire era. Yeah, that's wrong. It's 22 years. How many sons did he have? I think the... Okay, he had 2 sons. So I got that question correct. I was really afraid I wouldn't have enough steps, but I think we have enough steps. This one we got correct. There's no picture of a jungle, because there's the crowbar over there. Well, at least you were only off by a decade. Yeah. Still a bummer, but it was really cool to see it. I actually am really curious, like, how close I was. Right. Alright, so where's the periodic table? There it is. Neat! Is there two L's? There's LR, but is there two L's? I don't think there's a two L's. So I think I got that one correct. Unless I put the wrong answer. I don't remember. Maybe I put the wrong answer. I am glad I managed to get this all figured out. We do have enough steps. We could take a closer look at these pictures. I don't think there's anything in particular about it. It's just... There we go. There's the carriage. With his head bashed in. I don't see anything outstanding. Oops. Oh, no. Here she is lowering the rope. Those two guys are in pretty high detail. I ain't gonna lie. So there's the effigy. Yep. And there's the cave-in. Is the name of the guy at the end relevant? I can't remember. I mean, the kid's name was Jesper. We're gonna go back to coat check and return the check in the item. We're gonna return the lucky rabbit's foot. It was quite useful. Apple. And this math stuff I'm very certain I got right. We'll go ahead and just open up this trunk. Woohoo! We got dice. I'm gonna open this up. I'm sure everyone wants to know what's in these chests. More keys! Sometimes there's something on the other side of the room. There's not. We did not get a battery, so I can't make anything with the broken lever. So we're just gonna... Did I not distribute the gold? I guess I didn't. And then grade 1. About colors! Alrighty. So we're gonna have to do a little better job about studying the history. Wrong lever. Yep. That. Yeah, I'm just double checking really fast. There's nowhere else for me to go. We did complete room 8. We did redeposit. I would keep make it to room 46. I don't think there's a reason for me to go room 46. I'm just gonna go... I don't have any rooms I need to end the day in specifically, so... I think we're golden. I'm just really making sure before I leave. Is there anywhere else I want to run to while I have 79 steps available to me? Nope, I think it's time to call it a day. I think that's it. It was a good day. I'm also very tired, so it's hard for me to process, even right now, some simple information. I will definitely have to try to get to Classroom 9 again. But I'm gonna have to brush up on my history. Perplexing campus. Sounds about right. 3 puzzle rooms, 9 classrooms. We did successfully find room 8, but we did verify that unfortunately the sanctum key is not in room 8. It is in, more than likely, the mechanarium that actually has 7 doors. And I need to make... I did not have a study, right? Okay. I was just double checking. I was going to be really sad. Do I have a second room that has a king and a queen? King, queen. The ladyship's chamber also has a queen, which we did not get. What's the second room besides the office that has the king? There's got to be a second room with a king, right? There is not. Or at least not that I have found. Alrighty. Well, that was very much exciting. Definitely failed the class. Well, we didn't pass with 100%. But we did also get the achievement for clearing the 8th room. So we'll be able to see our brand new trophy. Because I did get an achievement on Steam. Trophy 8, solve room 8 on rank 8. Right, that's where the key needs to be. It needs to be on room 8. Alrighty. It is 2:31 in the morning. I gotta go to bed. I had a great time. I hope you all did as well. If y'all are also about to be heading off, y'all get a wonderful night's rest. If it's early in the morning, y'all have a wonderful rest of y'all's day. No matter what, I hope you all get to relax and have a good one.